Right, good morning, everybody. I'm just looking through some software and services companies right now as we obviously have some strength in that underlying sector. We have MongoDB that reported last night. Stock is making a really strong move to the upside. So I think software and services is a definitely a strong sector to watch today, just purely based off of money flow, sympathy to MongoDB, MDB. So MongoDB this morning is up sharply in the pre-market. You can see it spiked and it's pretty much trading at the highs of its session. Uh, Very strong report for Mongo. You can see a massive beat across the top and bottom line. It was really the EPS that catapulted higher, and then obviously it crossed that new 600 million in revenue. So very, very strong report for Mongo. I don't know, I just like saying the name of the stock. So I think there's quite a bit of sympathy plays, whether it's Snowflake, Datadog, CDNS, basically this whole sector. Um, you do have a couple other names that are set to report today, names like CrowdStrike and a few others. So I think it'll be pretty important to watch these this whole complex today. There's probably more meat on the bone for long trades. All right. Okta is another one that reports today. The stock has just been absolutely brutalized, killed. So you have to think at some point it's going to get a really strong gap up. But a lot of software and services have been killed. And there's some that are trying to base, some that are going through consolidation, some that are going for another high retest and breakout. Look at this Nutanix. Holy. It's been destroyed as well. It's been absolutely destroyed, this company. Hmm. NTNX. NTNX. AppLovin's another one that's been going through quite a bit of meaningful consolidation ever since it got that SEC probe. I think what's going to happen with AppLovin here is you're going to probably get a little bit of a pullback, right shoulder, breakout. The Nike swoosh, the good old Nike swoosh, guys. All right. All right. Let me turn on my camera. Hmm. So I need to plug that in. What the heck just happened there? I messed up my whole thing there. I'm just gonna grab some more coffee, guys. And then we'll jump into our pre-market scans. So you can see last night the JP10Y auction was really a nothing burger, along with Powell's speech, kind of a nothing burger. Didn't really influence things too much. You did see Bitcoin make a nice little move overnight, continuing its little bit of an intraday breakout from yesterday. So that's certainly a positive sign, guys, as we did swing. Obviously, we're still long the day trade BITO from yesterday. So we basically swung our long position on BITO, and that's gapping up this morning. So really, really strong move. We also swung half of our MSTR calls. So MSTR acting very, very well, gapping up a few more dollars here, almost to that gap fill. I like it a lot. You got strength in crypto, MARA gapping up this morning. Let's look at Coinbase also gapping up this morning. Bitfarm. So we were pounding the table on crypto, guys, and we already made a nice chunk yesterday, and we're set to make a nice continued chunk today. So good job if you listened. Good job if you bought some bottoms in crypto and Bitcoin, etc. But today I'll probably looking to pare back my MSTR 180 calls. I think I'm going to take my next tranche of selling. I still like the stock down here from a swing trade perspective. But just with short dated calls, when the market gives you a profit, you got to look to take your money where it's due. All right. Gold this morning is under a little bit of pressure, not much, just backing and filling now. Silver also dipping a little bit, but bouncing significantly off of the lows. Natural gas this morning is under also a little bit of pressure. This needs to also chop back and fill, but you can see nat gas had a big spike yesterday, came in, then a big spike today, making a new high, and then it's coming in off of the highs. So really interesting price action. I still think that we need to sweep this massive liquidity to the upside. Crude oil this morning is slightly negative yet again. WTI crude kind of sucking on the session. I think that this is an interesting opportunity. You're about to get that 7 and 20 bullish crossover on the daily. They are slapping it down today, which is kind of intriguing. I'm going to keep that on watch for a potential scalp long today. I don't think that that's a bad idea. I don't think. All right, let's continue to scroll through some of the shakers and movers this morning. MongoDB, eh? Yeah, that's the big one. Let's look at ALAB this morning. ALAB also seeing some strength, gapping up this morning. SAIA. Don't even know how to pronounce that company, but SAIA. SAIA. Jeez, can't type this morning. Seeing a pretty good multi-dollar gap up this morning. Boeing seeing some strength off of the lows. It's trying to fly today. WMS. Look at that. TER. Teradyne. Look at that. Snowflake, of course, is running in sympathy. Snowflake's an interesting one, guys. It does have earnings this week on Wednesday. There's a few other software services, cloud-based companies reporting after hours today. And Mongo set the tone. Pretty big expectations on the software services sector, with MongoDB setting the tone. Pretty blockbuster. Smashed its earnings. Really, really did. What else we got going on here? But Snowflake is triggering this bullish hourly formation, guys. Inverted head and shoulders. It is up a few percentage points already. I think that there's a chance it could squeeze to the gap today, just if the market remains pretty strong and resilient. So I would look for a pullback on Snowflake today to get long. Where I'm looking for a bit of an entry would have to be a retest of, let me actually zoom out here. Let me zoom out. If you got to pull back to 256, 60-ish, I'd consider a bit of a scalp long entry on Snowflake today. 256, 60-ish. I would definitely consider that. Yeah, it's not a bad area. That's not a bad area. What is the news on Boeing today? Let's take a peek. BA. Boeing to complete Spirit purchase this year. CFO says higher deliveries will be large driver of positive cash flow next year. Interesting. So Boeing completed the presentation of the UBS Global Industrial and Transportation Conference. Boeing wins 104 million US Navy contract. All right, so definitely some news there on Boeing, guys. We'll see how that wants to translate into price. It's definitely helping the stock in the very near term. NET also gapping up in sympathy. Another one that's gone through quite a bit of distribution lately. Trying to carve out a little bit of a base right underneath that EMA. Interesting. Volume's been declining, so selling looks to be almost near complete. Oracle basically defending that psychological kind of 200 zone for the time being. Big support here on Oracle. Previous high pivot breakaway zone. So they are defending it for now. But still potentially a lot of problems for Oracle. All right. Spire Medical System, Franco, Nevada. Alibaba is taking a little bit of a breather this morning, guys. So Baba's, after having a strong day yesterday, under a little bit of pressure. China names are seeing some distribution. XPEV. Let's look at uranium and nuclear stocks. Uranium this morning up about 36 cents. SMR, it's been bludgeoned lately, seeing a little bit of a gap up this morning. Oklo, seeing a little bit of strength this morning as well, up a couple dollars. I still think there's going to be one more sweep of the lows, but nevertheless, they're holding quite steady. Let's look at UUU. UUU trying to hold that EMA 113. Again, I still think that there's maybe one more retest of the lows. NNE, nano nuclear. It's not too bad. Good morning, Sarf. Let's look at some of these quantum names. They're seeing a little bit of a bid. IONQ. Trying to build a bit of a right shoulder formation. Rigetti. Rigetti still looks like it has one more dip to the downside. Interesting. Looks like it's trouble. Let's look at Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs still could have one more dip to the downside. We'll certainly watch that. Hmm. Let's look at some of these rare earths, UAMY. Again, another one that's just bleeding lower. TMC. TMC actually strong this morning, gapping up. Interesting. Let's look at some of these eVTOL stocks. Archer Aviation. Also trying to carve out a little bit of a base here. Nothing for me to do there yet. Joby. Yeah, Okta has earnings today. After our stock has just been beaten down to a pulp. Again, you look at the software services sector. Software services are strong today. On the back of Mongo, you got some sympathies. So Mongo certainly set the tone for the whole sector, the complex. But a strong gap up this morning. It's obviously helping Snowflake. It'll probably cause Trade Desk to bounce a little bit down here. It's just been bludgeoned. But there's quite a bit of names in the software services sector that are moving in sympathy. A-Lab, Unity Software, gapping up this morning. Snowflake is the big one. But yeah, Okta will be interesting. The stock has certainly been battered. I mean, it's gone lower than I thought. I thought the 90-ish area was going to be this base here, and it broke even lower. I would favor a gap up, but you just never know. I mean, the way this market is, some stocks can get more oversold. But it's really, really interesting. So 720 million last earnings, 730 million this earnings. What do I think of hood puts? Maybe, maybe. Um, Hood's a tough short. Hood is a tough, tough short, honestly. Even when you entered this gap window yesterday, it looked like you were going to at least test the 7-day moving average and they saved it. So Hood just trades in a world of its own. I don't know. I think that Hood's probably going to push up a little bit more today. The only real level I would try to short it off of for maybe a scalp is your gap fill up here, 128-ish. But I wouldn't really step in front of that freight train. Hood is tough. Yeah, so if you gotta say off the first hour of trading, if you gotta push right away into that gap fill, maybe there's a short there, depending on where the indices are. It's a tough one though, but that's the only real level I would look for. I know you're into the 20-day, but you already got rejected off of it yesterday. Had a big sell, big reversal up, so I think you're gonna get through the 20-day. Along with that gap fill, let's just see what we have here. Yeah, so along with your gap fill, you'll have this kind of this down-sloping neckline. That's really your only first day tradable scalping level today, but it would have to push there within the first hour. If you got sideways chop consolidation, then I don't like that level. But if you squeeze from this low all the way into your gap without any meaningful consolidation, then there's a little bit of a short scalp. BTC, guys, just breaking out literally as we speak. Look at this stunning, stunning move, guys. I hope you swung your MSTR calls with me, guys, because MSTR is ripping, ripping into its gap fill, guys. Beautiful. Sorry, Fraser, you still have your MSTR puts. You're shorted. I know you sold the puts, so hopefully you still have those because those will open up quite nicely. All right, let's see what else we got. Bloom Energy seeing some nice strength today. Let's take a peek at that. Gapping up a little bit. Interesting. So you do have the IWM the strongest, guys, in the pre-market right now. Let's quickly run through our mega cap tech here. So Amazon right now is outperforming. That's up 1%, gapping up through its 20-day moving average. Amazon probably there's a short scalp up here. Again, within the first hour of trading, if Amazon was to push into this previous high pivot, call it 239, that would be a little bit of a scalp short level, in and out. Microsoft right now is trying to build out a bit of a right shoulder. I still think Microsoft needs to dip one more time back to that 7-day. So keep that on watch. What else we got? NVIDIA acting very, very well, gapping up this morning, already hitting 182. NVIDIA's got a really bullish intraday formation that it's literally trying to trigger. So here we are, guys. Here we have a beautiful inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA's hourly chart that will be on watch today. Right now in the pre-market, it is breaking out, and that gives us a 195 target on the world's largest company. Apple Dapple had a stunning move yesterday, even when the markets were selling, breaking out to the high side. Very, very strong chart. I mean, this type of consolidation with a breakout, it needs to now build its next little base, but I think Apple is probably going to push to 300. It's lagging a little bit today. All right, Google. So we did trim half of our put options on Google yesterday off of that dip. Google closed in the money for our put options. It's gapping up a little bit, but kind of lagging a little bit here. Meta still just backing and filling, chopping around a little bit. You did get that bullish 7 and 20 cross basically yesterday, and now you're seeing a little bit of follow through to the upside. Typically, when you get that cross, you do see a little bit more of a pullback, but then a continuation move to the upside. Tesla, TSLA looking like it wants to break out. If you can get through this volume shelf here on Tesla, I think Tesla's still going to go back to this data high spike, guys. That data high spike basically from its inventory report back in October. Critical level, I think Tesla's going to reach 480. Probably by year end. Has a strong chance of doing so. Sarper saying, I think BMNR is on watch today. Well, let's look at Ethereum. You could be right? Ethereum's definitely been extremely oversold here. And if this is an inverted head and shoulders, guys, crypto has got a lot of potential room to run. Just even until you get to the neckline here on Ethereum, you still have basically just to the neckline, you got about a 3.8% move in Ethereum. That would put it up over 5%, and that would still be inside of that yesterday's wide range red bar. So there's certainly looking like crypto has quite a bit of room to run. All right. So BMNR definitely is probably one that will squeeze higher. You are seeing Bitcoin continuing, MicroStrategy, Mara, all the crypto complex is looking strong. And we are still long BITO, we're long MSTR. So BMNR, I don't have a problem with it, guys. I do not have a problem with it. Let's talk about some of the other um, crypto related computing stocks. So Cipher Mining is another one on watch, guys. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a right shoulder, but got a really big left shoulder, nice defined head, and starting to try to form that right shoulder. And this is a pretty big bullish formation that could be unfolding over the coming days. You're about to get a 7 and 20 cross, so I'm waiting for a dip back into, say, the 7 or 20 to get long on Cipher. What could cause Cipher to maybe dip is very similar to what IREN, IREN is seeing this morning. Iron announced a little bit of a debt offering last night, shelf offering, so the stock is gapping down. Its offering low is somewhere around here. It gapped down to around that Pierce of 45 area. I still think IREN maybe has a bit more downside. I'd like to see it retest kind of this double gap fill zone. But I think Iron will be on watch once it shakes off some of this debt offering. It was structurally setting up a nice pattern, but I think that where you say long cipher, short IREN, could work out. That could work out. We'll obviously watch that. Circle seeing a nice move today. All right, let's discuss the S&P. SPY still holding major technical support, guys. There's two real levels that SPY is holding. You look at this daily chart trend line, holding that like a champ. And you look at this downsloping trend line. So you have a downsloping and upsloping, they're confluencing, and it's amazing how SPY bounced there yesterday. Nevertheless, SPY this morning gapping up a couple dollars, 682 and change. It's probably going to go for a high sweep. Again, SPY, I was still hoping for a bigger pullback back to this 676 gap fill zone. Don't know if it's going to happen. Still could. But if it were to pull back there, then you've got this beautiful right shoulder. That being said, the hourly chart formation, guys, on SPY is still ridiculously strong. That gives you an upside of 700. But daily chart now is also trying to build out a right shoulder. Could be in the early stages. I don't want to see it break out too early. I would love to see us just chop inside of this week here, because then that would allow next week for a really powerful rally, in my opinion. And that would set up for, I think, a rally into the FOMC meeting. I think that's what's setting up, personally speaking. Look at BTC going. BTC is ripping. 177 on MSTR. Our 180 calls could be in the money today, guys. Holy moly. Holy moly. MSTR calls are going to print, guys. I'm looking at taking profits on MSTR calls today. Those 180s that we took yesterday. That is going to absolutely print. Look at that. MSTR is pumping machine. Bang. Breakout. I like it a lot. That is cool, guys. Very, very cool. All right, so the Russell 2000 is outperforming today, guys. That index is acting the strongest in the pre-market. Another bullish formation, guys. Why is this so bullish, right? What was the market doing in the IWM? The market was putting in higher lows and higher highs. Then we broke structure here and we got a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Okay, so we started to put in a bit of a downtrend. Then what happened? Big V-shaped recovery. Higher high on this candle, we took out this high. Then another higher high confirmed. So the market has now flipped back to a bullish structure on small caps. And that's a good sign. That's a really, really good sign if you're long the market. But a nice gap up today. Again, I don't like chasing gap ups. I'm more inclined to take profits into gap ups. But we'll see. I think if the market were to see some profit taking off of the open and you get a pullback, that's the long entry. You wait for the pullback to, I think, chase this market higher. That's at least what I'm personally going to be doing. But I'll be looking to take profits on MSTR, guys. I think that's the smart thing to do off of a gap up. Dom C saying BTC wants to end the year above 93K, be in the green before it drops January 1st, per usual. Yeah, there's that potential. There's that potential. I still think we got 4 to 8 weeks of upside. So end of January, that would be a 4 week rally. I still think 104, 104K. Is BTC actually negative on the year? Interesting. Let me see. Where's the start of the year? Yeah, you're right. Wow. Good observation there, Dom. You're absolutely right. BTC is actually negative on the year. So in order for BTC to basically close positive, where is Jan 1st? So right through this consolidation, that was the last trading day of 2024, was off of that close there. So that level is 93K and change. Very cool. Nice spot there, Dom. Yeah, you might be right. That 93 is probably going to be a magnet into end of year. That's a good observation. Yep, that I like that. I like that a lot. That implies basically a move of, call it 5.65% in the very short term. And then if you break out of that, that sets up for a potential inverted head and shoulders on BTC. So yeah, that could easily happen. That could easily happen. All right, guys, let's go split screen here. Couple minutes till the open. Is it too late to buy calls on MSTR? Um, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Listen, there's going to be a lot of FOMO today on MSTR with the way BTC is reacting. I mean, you got some first real strong green shoots on Bitcoin. We haven't had, a 2-3% update in BTC for, it seems like for quite a long time. So I think they're going to have a lot of FOMO pushing up MSTR today. So it might not be the best day to enter today to chase. That being said, I still think MSTR has room to, and then if Bitcoin gets back to 104, it's probably going to push to about 215, 210 or so. But we'll have to see where it settles out. Again, if you're wanting to just slap the buy and chase price action, give yourself at least 4 weeks, I would say, on MSTR. And you can chase 180s still. You can chase 190s. That high pivot reversal zone on MSTR. Even common shares down here are pretty cheap if you're wanting a beta play on Bitcoin. Remember, you've probably seen a lot across the X community FinTwit where the market is pricing MSTR with quite a bit more risk in the near term, about a 10 billion valuation discount. compared to its crypto holdings. But I think everyone will be eyeing this major gap. That's where you saw a pretty hard rejection off that 7 MA. So that level's at 206. So if you want to take even 200 calls, just give yourself time. You know, you could get a big move up, then you could create a little bit of a right shoulder, chop around. Don't know. I mean, that being said, I mean, this type of volume, you could just get a V-shaped move into your 20-day. This market's tricky for sure. That's why I prefer buying into weakness. I don't really like chasing. But we'll see what happens. All right, 5 minutes till the open. BTC still pumping. We'll keep the SPX daily chart on watch here. And we'll keep SPY on the right, SPX on the left. What's we got going on? Again, the Russell small caps are still your strong indice, guys. So I'm going to look to pare back my MSTR, guys. MSTR, I will be paring that back this morning. Holy shit, our 180 calls are almost in the money. That is crazy. I love it. I love it, guys. Those are going to open up filthy. Nothing better than starting the trading session knowing that you have a position that's gapping up in huge profits. I mean, that's the best feeling. Obviously, we've all been on the other side of that trade where you're waking up and it's like, oh my goodness, you know you're going to get crushed, right? But today, our crypto positions are moving. Let's get ready to rumble. Here we go, guys. BTC still squeezing to the upside. Pump it up. You know we pump it up. You got to pump it up. Pump it up. Again, there's a lot of strength, guys, in your software services sector as well. So keep that in mind. It's a pretty important sector for the market. It does instill quite a little bit of confidence. I've user bought QQQ puts. I bought at the open yesterday. Sadly, 609 strike. Should I cut my losses and sell immediately? Tough question. Tough question. QQQ 609. I mean, what are we trading at right now? 619. Oof. Yikes. Depends on how big of a position. It's kind of a loaded question, but it depends on how big of a position and it depends on how much time you have. But I don't see the market dipping to 609. Maybe on Fed with some sort of a hawkish Fed, but Tough trade. All right, guys, markets are pushing up. Big strength. See, 180 calls are about to print in the money. Take a look at that. MSTR calls, guys. 180 calls are basically in the money here, guys. That is crazy. Beautiful price action. I seeing a little bit of profit taking. Bitcoin still acting very well. I sold my MSTR calls. Boom. That is a monster trade, guys. Monster trade. 180 calls. Holy moly. Look at that. Beautiful. From $1.90 to 6.05. That is a stunning move. Banking the profits today. Absolutely banked. Crush that. Home run. Fucking home run. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it, man. Yeah, BM&R ripping for sure. All crypto related stocks are ripping, guys. You look at BTC, BTC is pretty much at the highs, so look at that move in Bitcoin. That is just amazing to see. Amazing. Amazing. That is amazing. Lovely. All right, what else can we trade today? You got a lot of green shoots everywhere, guys. Everywhere. Google looking a little bit heavier here. So Google's starting to come in. Tesla's gone negative. Bitfarm's still green, slightly. SPX is still holding near the highs here. SPX could have an inverted head and shoulders here, guys. It needs to break through this neckline, so we could be in for a bit of a trender today in the market. Interesting if that happens. We could see some pretty big moves. Let's look at these other crypto stocks. IREN. How's Cypher doing? That's holding steady. QTAR. Iron down sharply. Natural gas. SPY, although it's seeing a little bit of selling, it's still acting okay-ish. A little bit of distribution in energy today. MSTR at 182, guys, and ripping. Holy moly. We still have BITO from yesterday. Absolutely ripping, guys. Ripping. Again, we bought our day trade commons here at 1248. And that is just a monster. Look at MSTR, guys. Calls are printing. Holy moly. What a beast. What an absolute beast. That is beautiful to see. Quantum stocks are absolutely moonshotting right now. Microsoft negative, Nvidia trying. Damn. That's unfortunate to hear. Sorry about that, Ram. I made about 210% on my MSTR calls. 210%, guys. S&P is still looking a-okay, guys. We are potentially trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders here, guys, on your S&P. Bitcoin's still screaming higher. Market is still trying to rip. Robinhood acting rude. MSTR is still screaming. Screaming. Meta's chopping sideways, still green. Nvidia absolutely screaming higher. Crude oil negative. Nat gas acting very, very well on the session. A little bit of top wick distribution occurring in your S&P right now. You can see S&P trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders, guys. Market's still looking structurally very strong. Qs are now leading the charge to the upside. Gold down, crude oil down, VIX down, 2-year yield down. The only problem I see is the big divergence between the 10 and 2-year yield. Software services ripping, quantum ripping today. Interesting. Google strong. BTC still seeing some strength, 88.6. IWM is taking a bit of a breather. That's starting to see some distribution, guys. There is some red on the screen right now, guys. There is quite a bit of red on the screen. Excuse me. Tier strong today, guys. That's outperforming. Robinhood seeing a little bit of selling off of its 20-day. It pierced it, coming in a little bit. Intel strong, Nvidia strong, SoFi strong, Tesla back to the green side. IWM is getting a little bit heavier here, so the Russell's starting to come in slightly. IWM has had a really nice pullback, guys. So the Russell's seeing some distribution. Mega cap is still trying to perform here. Financials are slightly red. Potential little gap and crack starting to build. Meta seeing a little bit of selling. A little bit of a pullback here. No official breakout yet on SPY. Bit of a pullback in the market right now. This is probably the pullback to start looking to buy. I still think we can push higher. Your dollar's still somewhat softish. Wow, Snowflake still ripping. MongoDB still ripping. Trade Desk now getting going. TTD trying to break out to a high of day. Software services guys are still ripping here. Software services are still ripping. Trade Desk breaking out, trying to on its hourly chart. Webull seeing a little bit of liquidity. Crypto still acting very well. A little bit of profit taking in individual names, but hanging on. What else we got going on? Yeah, Mongo reported earnings. Yeah. Very strong price action for Mongo. So the whole cloud and software services sector is running in sympathy to Mongo. I love saying that name, Mongo. What a name, eh? Mongo. Reminds me of that Shrek character. The spreads on that name are just nasty, downright dirty. Some market makers are criminals. The spreads that they offer are just atrocious. Absolutely. A Bitcoin new high of day, guys. BTC still trying to rip. Webull getting going here. Webull trying to get going. Yeah, Telegram for Mongo. Bugs Bunny. Is it Bugs Bunny? Maybe it's Bugs Bunny. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, your S&P still coming in a little bit, guys. S&P running into a little bit of resistance here. Still acting okay. Still acting okay. The IWM is trying to consolidate. Still think SPY's okay here. I'm tempted to take some upside calls on SPY. I still think we're going to get a push back to the high. All right, IWM is getting a big bounce, guys. Bitcoin taking a bit of a breather. HYMC 12 or 1250 strikes look good. I'll take a peek on my other screen here. HYMC down 1.52% today. Still a little bit lofty. I still think it needs to retest its 7-day, but it's trying. Certainly trying. Still in a strong uptrend for sure, no question about that. Meta's gone negative on the tape, guys. So Meta still backing and filling, chopping in a little bit of a range here. Meta's trying to break down and trigger a little bit of a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart, but I think it's going to be a liquidity grab and sweep. All right, crypto bit farms, Bitcoin still spiking. You've got Tesla that's gone negative, Meta negative, crude oil getting slapped. Any anyone else looking at any other trades worth mentioning? Feel free to put them in the chat, guys. All right, SPY getting a little bit vulnerable here. Little bit up on the market. SPY still trying to hold a bit of a higher low here. SPX defending price so far. Still absolutely flying here. Nice push up in the market. Lots of chop. Apple's still very strong, guys. Ripping. Apple's just flying to the high side right now. Bitcoin's still strong. Market's still just chopping around. IWM's still a little bit fragile here. QQQ still holding technical structure on the Qs. Tesla Meta is still a little bit laggy here. It's breaking a little bit of structure here. Qs are starting to see a little bit of selling. See the market's trying to trigger a little bit of a 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. Apple pulling in a little bit. Meta firming up, Apple coming in. Starting to sell off a little bit off the 184 area, running into a little bit of hourly chart resistance. SPX seeing some sell side pressure. Meta firming up. Nvidia trying to bounce. Bitcoin still strong. Your dollar is softening, guys. So it's not a bad risk to reward zone here. Looks like it could be a liquidity sweep if you want a long SPY. Not a bad area. Keep your stops tight. It could try to push back to the high again. Yeah, Nvidia right now is still strong, 184.56, one of your stronger mag names. So nothing wrong. A little bit of chopping and consolidation on your 10-minute chart right now for Nvidia, but it does look like Nvidia could still give us another high, but it needs to digest some of this gains. It's into a bit of an hourly chart resistance. You have broken out here on Nvidia, hourly chart. So we discussed that in the pre-market, inverted head and shoulders breakout today. And that gives you an upside to about 195.50-ish, give or take. Nice, Ram. Ram's holding 680 SPY calls from yesterday, sold 80% at the high with 20% left on the table. Tight stops. Good trade for sure. IWM catching a really fat candle bid here. SPX trying to hold with inside that original 10-minute candle. We are trying to push up here just a little bit. Again, it looked like a bit of a fake breakdown there. You had a 1-minute head and shoulders pattern that one could say it triggered. You got to close back above the neckline, so we'll see if they can hold us steady and push us back to the highs. QQQ still very strong. Big bounce in the market. They are squeezing us again. So that was a good little scalp long level if you took it. Point is still moonshotting here, guys. BTC is a beast, full on beast. Webull now starting to get going, guys. Another stock you should keep on your radar is Webull. Webull is looking like a very constructive intraday inverse head and shoulders, guys. Again, we've talked about the stock quite a bit, but it's looking a little bit more constructive. I think there's a breakout intraday that's set to happen today. It was a little bit red in the pre-market, and the hourly chart pattern is pretty decent. It's holding the majority of this gap up and also forming a much larger potential breakout. So I think Webull today could actually head to this 950 area. QQQ still, look at the Q chart, guys. Qs have already broken out from prior day high, whereas SPY hasn't really given us that breakout just yet. So I think the SPX is going to follow suit shortly here. This market is full bull, guys. Full bull. Yeah, Rocket Lab's up 4.19%. It's got a lot of work to do, but acting very well. We're still seeing dips in this market being bought. Bitcoin new high of day. BITO, guys. We're still riding that. Look at that. That's just ripping. Just from yesterday's entry in the live day trade room here, we're up about 6% on that little day trade. Yeah, everything's pretty printing today, guys. Everything is printing today. QQQ new high of day, baby. Qs are smelling bullish. MSTR up 6%. Metis back to the green side. Trade desk trying to get going. The market is squeezing. Netflix, JP Morgan still red. How are energy stocks doing? Meta is absolutely flying now. SPY going for a new high of day, ripping. Holy moly. SPY is ripping. SPY is full bull, guys. Full bull. Look at this move on the market. Inverse head and shoulders, guys, is breaking out on SPY's hourly chart and SPX hourly chart. We are looking pretty filthy today. Wing up 8% today. That's also moving quite well. This market is setting up for a big trend, guys. Big trend. It's crazy. QQQ is just filthy bullish today, guys. Filthy. I'm saying call for look at Bitcoin, guys. Holy moly. BTC 90K up 4.3%. Flying to the high side. I love it. I absolutely love it. Bitfarms is going for another high of day. Bitfarms is probably going to fill its gap. Iron making a red to green reversal. Oof, this market is seeing some crazy flow today. BTC just moonshotting. QQQ going in for a red bar high. That is insane. QQQ still squeezing to the highs. SPY still squeezing to the highs. Everything is pretty much squeezing except for really energy. All right, so market is breaking out here, guys. We are still looking very, very bullish across the entire market. Even crude oil is now starting to firm up, so energy is another component that's probably going to start to make a bit of a reversal here. Hmm. It is still holding pretty strong structure here, guys. Pretty strong. Bitcoin above 90. Market's fully bully. Fully bully, guys. Webull also moving. Mara SMR up 5.97 today. Good day to be a bull. New high of day for Qs, guys. New high of day for QQQ. Is crude oil? Look at energy stocks. Crude oil is now making a move, guys. Crude oil now making a move to the high side. So energy XLE is probably going to start to participate very shortly here in this market rally. Rig starting to carve out a base. It's like a chevron. CVX down near the lows. I'm very close to entering some XOM calls. I know I'm looking for a bit of a counter trend now. I was hoping for another new low of day. We might get it. Oh my goodness, crude oil is spiking crazy here, guys. WTI crude, look at that fucking price action. That is crazy. My oh my. Damn, we might not get the low of day retest on XOM, but what the heck? Crude just look at that 20-minute price action on crude, guys. Oh my goodness, crude goes green. What the hell? Is there some sort of news on crude? I know it's oversold down here, but holy moly. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, say what? If XOM gives us a new low of day, retest, that's my entry that I'm personally looking for. Putin remarks, thank you. Thank you, Sarf. I knew there got to be something. Big spike on the dollar as well. Yeah, it looked like a news candle there. I'm still very interested, guys, in XOM calls. I'm looking at trading 116 calls end of week, but I want to see a new low. I want to see us test the low. All right, 116 calls end of week on XOM. I'm not taking them yet. I want to see another new low. All right, which we should get if the market softens up here. Okay. S&P still holding positive structure. What else you got going on? So Putin going to increase some strikes across Ukraine. No ceasefire. How are the war stocks doing off of that? RTX. Wow, RTX has been bludgeoned. Probably going to catch a bit of a bid off of this. You'd have to think that that's going to mark a little bit of a low. How's LMT doing? LMT also pretty weak down here, going green, sweeping the lows, red to green reversal. Interesting. How's AI doing? AI looks pretty solid down here. Earnings today, though, that's the only concern I have. But AI could be another play that goes for another high of day retest. Should I take AI calls? AI gap fill, 1450 calls might work out. C3 AI might see a move back to the high of day, guys. 1450 calls, 85 cents. What about 15s? $15 calls, 65 cents. Quite a bit of, I guess, implied volatility priced into them with the earnings. Interesting. Interesting. BTC, guys, is still moonshotting here. Look at this. Holy moly, guys. That is just a thing of absolute beauty, guys. Absolute beauty. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Run it up. MSTR at 182. Mara squeezing. Alright, guys, I trimmed half of my BITO from yesterday. Trimmed half of my BITO, guys. Locked in just over 7.3%, guys. Trimmed half of BITO from yesterday. Some money. SPY's still trending. Bitcoin's still pushing. Market, still nothing wrong with the market, guys. It is still absolutely ripping to the upside. Webull, new high of day. This market's on some next level, guys. Next level. Crude oil, gold still struggling. VIX negative, 2 yield negative. JP Morgan, Netflix still negative. So there's still some positive aspects of the market. I'm going to put an alert on XOM. I want to see a new low of day, and that's when I would trade it on the long side. I'm going to just be patient with XOM. I think it'll give it to us. I think it will give it to us. How's Datavolt doing? DVLT up 2.38%, still just backing and filling a little bit. Spot. I'm just taking a look there, Ram, what you sent me. So that huge amount of volume sitting at 685 on SPY. Interesting. That's a massive amount of volume there on SPY. You want to look at Rocket Labs? Yeah, Rocket Labs is finally breaking out. Strong candle. This whole market's breaking, guys. This whole market is breaking out. I mean, we are fully bully. Everything is starting to rip here, guys. This thing is going to be a beast of a day. I mean, QQQ has already given us that breakout signal quite a while ago. Look at the Q hourly chart. SPY hasn't even cleared its high from yesterday, or sorry, from Friday. Whereas look at the Qs. Friday high on the Qs was here. Qs have already broken out, guys. This market is ripping. Yeah, so RAM, that's some really good data. Sent me that thing, and there's a huge amount. What was the volume there? 1.2 billion sitting at 685. 908 million NetGex sitting at 690 strike. Yeah, I like that. That's very easy to read. And just a heads up, guys, Ram and I have been working on a couple strategies behind the scenes, back testing, and we're we're doing a little bit of a partnership where we've created a separate group just for trading the S&P 500 options trading, just specifically the S&P 500. So I'm gonna post a free trading link here that you all guys can partake in. We'll let you try it out for a free week. Ram specifically trades the S&P 500, so SPY SPX. I trade it as well, and combining two of our strategies, it's going to help allow us to even make more profitable trades on the main indices. But feel free to join that Telegram link that I just posted in the chat. I'll give you a free week. I'll also post it here in the free Telegram group. That's the only thing you trade? Yeah, so welcome aboard. Again, it'll be a a nice dynamic duo. Ram and I have been working on behind the scenes for a couple months now, communicating, chatting, working out a little bit of a strategy to partake in a purely S&P 500 trading group. A lot of the trades will just be, pretty much all of them will be purely options. 0 DTE, some swing trades, but mainly scalping in and out, provide confluence between both of us. So we're both moderators on the channel. He'll issue alerts, I'll issue alerts. We talk behind the scenes, we share data, we share thoughts, levels. So it's just some extra confluence. The problem with the market right now is you have your dollar starting to absolutely fly to the upside. So your DXY starting to make a little bit of a move to the high side. That could hinder the S&P in the very short term. Look at that candle on the DXY, guys. We are seeing some real strength coming back into that dollar indice. So that's the only concern right now. It might limit the upside, so we might just have to wait and see how that dollar settles out here. It's coming back into its pre-market high level. Yesterday you tapped that area and got rejected pretty hard. We'll see if the same fate lies for the dollar. Bitcoin is still absolutely trending. Again, QQQ still holding technical structure. IWM is still holding up 0.45. QQQ is still your absolute beast. IWM has definitely pulled back somewhat. Watching 1030. Weeble's still trying to push to the upside. Good to see. Your SPX hourly chart trying to break out here. This hourly candle closes in 6 minutes. You'll have a nice little breakout formation. This little inverted head and shoulders on SPX intraday takes us to about 68.83. So we'll see if that can build some momentum. Nothing wrong with the indices. Russell is starting to soften up and the dollar's still punching to the highs. Bitcoin up about 4.9. Still have a lot of your high flying stocks squeezing. Oh, your dollar's just absolutely ripping, guys. So this is a bit of a bearish candle, guys. A 10-minute hanging man candle on SPY. That's a bit of a bearish candle formation. Typically, you get a little bit of a high sweep and then a sell-off. But that candle has a high statistical probability of denoting some downside. So just keep that on watch. That could be a little bit of a near-term concern for the market. Don't really like that candle formation. The market is still hanging in there. The Russell seeing some selling. See, there's that downside move on SPY. That is it. I'm still interested in XOM, guys. Market is coming in quite a bit here. Google still holding value. Gold starting to get pummeled a little bit more. BMNR still up 8, over 8. Iron down 5. SoFi up 2.4. Palantir up 3.5. Mara doing well. CLSK doing well. Nvidia up 2. Bitfarms hasn't moved like I thought it would move intraday. Ondas up a couple percent. IWM going for another lower low, guys. This looks like we could gap and crack a little bit. Uh-oh. This is a failed hourly chart breakout here on SPX. We are looking a little bit bearish now. Quite a bit bearish now. Things are breaking some structure. Your IWM just printed a lower low, guys. That is not a good sign for the market. Look at the lower low that the Russell just printed intraday. That is bearish. Yikes. We rolling heavy now. Big divergence though between S&P and NASDAQ. You still have the NASDAQ holding a breakout candle, so that's still leading the market higher, but small caps are diverging in a pretty big way right now. That's a nasty. Look at that 10-minute hangman candle signal and bang. That was crazy. SNDK dropped badly. Let's look at SNDK. Yeah, SNDK also dropping. But no, this is a bad chart. This one's lower price. This chart is probably going back at least to fill this gap today, and it's probably at least heading back to this 194 zone. And there's a chance that it can sweep this gap. That's not a healthy pattern. That's looking like an H pattern on your daily. You've been rejected off of that 7-day moving average now once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 days pretty much in a row, slapping price back down. And you've lost this green bar candle so far. If you can get back above that green bar today, that would be a short-term positive, but not looking good, SNDK. That is a very bearish chart. Extremely bearish. That's not looking good at all. I don't like that at all. That's looking like a short. All right. So S&P getting a nice bounce off of some hourly chart moving averages. They just don't want to break that opening 10-minute candle there. It's crazy, eh? It's a big battleground. Big battleground on that candle right now. Technically, we're breaking opening range here, guys. Not a good side. SNDK just got into the S&P. It got added to the S&P? Did it really? Hmm. Interesting. Nice bounce there. Good liquidity sweep. Nice call out there, Ram. They are defending opening range, your 10-minute opening range right now, guys. They are defending it with extreme force. Interesting. Thanks for the heads up last week. Thanks for the heads up. Your IWM is still looking very bearish, guys. I'd love to see a bigger dip on SPY because I think if we dip, it might cause a bit of an afternoon pump. Wow, your dollar just got flat out rejected, guys. Look at this. Look at that wick on the dollar. Flat out rejection. Holy moly, IWM is still selling. The fact that the markets are not really reacting positively to this Dixie falling is pretty crazy. Crude oil still trying to push. Damn. Quite a bit of distribution hitting the tape right now. Feel like there's some news more on Putin. Yeah, there could be more news. Markets are still digesting what just transpired. I still like XOM 116s, but I want that new low of day. I'm being patient with it, guys. I like XOM 116s. Because they're still trying to hold some structure here. Positive structure. Tesla's back to the dark side. Negative. SoFi pulling back a little bit. Crude oil pulling back. SoFi just had a big dump over the last 30 minutes. Big dump on SoFi. Snowflake starting to come in. Quite a bit more distribution hitting the tape, guys. Again, I'm personally looking at this previous gap fill from Wednesday as a big support zone. You can see you pierced it here yesterday, got defended, pierced it again, defended, pierced it again yesterday, defended. So not a bad area if you pierce it again. Nat gas almost negative, crude oil almost positive, gold up down 1%, dollars flat after getting a hard rejection. SPY up 0.16, QQQ up 0.64, still leading the charge. Again, it's a bit of a mixed bag today. You have the QQQ holding resiliency, breaking out to the high side, which obviously with mega cap tech still holding quite firmly, that should take precedent and lead the market higher. But your IWM not really liking the price action so far. Bitcoin still holding above 90K. I mean, Bitcoin's just still very, very strong, acting exceptionally well. So that's a positive sign in the very near term. Mara has had a nice pullback. MSTR still holding above 180. Let's look at Bitfarms. Maybe there's a lot of Bitfarms. Bitfarms testing 330. Peter asking about GCTS Commons. Let me look at GCTS here. Tough name. I mean, the volume is pretty thin. What are we even trading? Yeah, tough name for me to get behind. I can't really recommend this to the group. We're literally trading 9.6 thousand shares today. So we could probably move that. and I'm not a pump and dumper. Don't want to get caught in some securities pump and dump scheme. Um, I mean, tough name. Tough name. Commons are certainly, it's probably not even an option train, but it's probably going to be making a little bit of a push here. Weekly RSI is trying to curl up here. You're still in a little bit of a bearish momentum trend on the daily. Intraday mixed. I don't really like it. Tough name. Look at that bounce though in the market. Huge bounce. All right, they're sending this market right back up. A lot of chop, guys. A lot of chop and slop. Whipsaw price action is being observed. Bitcoin going for a potential another new high. Market still looks very bullish. Yeah, Apple's just a freight train, guys, to the upside. Apple's just moonshotting. Bitcoin going for another high of day. Crazy. MSTR will probably give us another high of day. Mara might give us another high of day. Just looking at BM&R here. BM&R putting in nice consolidation. Everyone is eyeing that BM&R gap fill around that 33.19 area. Oh, everyone is eyeing that. How much more of a move would that be? That could hit today. That's another 4.5% up. Wow, 5% up. Interesting. Should I take some BM&Rs? BM&R is looking solid. I mean, it could trend there. It's already up 9%, but it's got more room to run, I think. Anyone long BM&R? Ram saying SPY can keep going higher all day. Yeah, I think that we're setting up a potential trend as well. The way the NASDAQ is moving, certainly looking pretty constructive. Still just inside that opening range, guys, on the S&P. Qs have broken out. That's clear and evident. Tesla's still lagging a little bit here, but trying to firm up. So far, every time we've hit the top of this range, we've been slapped down. We'll see if this time is different. Eventually, it looks like we're going to break out. Yeah, Apple's non-stop. You're right. Market's still looking okay here, guys. Looking pretty strong, if you ask me. Crazy. Again, if you break out of this area, guys, you have a pretty decent move on SPX. That still implies about a 0.6% rally on your S&P. It's about a 41 point move that it could happen today. There's certainly still enough time. BTC still going for another high of day. Intel is just full bull as well. Up 8% on Intel. Crazy move. Market is still ripping here, guys. We're still trending. S&P is ripping. All right, guys, BTC just printed to another high of day. Again, market has a little bit of resistance here, but we have broken out of that 10-minute candle range. We'll see if we can hold above that initial 10-minute opening range candle. BTC also printed another high, so acting very, very well on Bitcoin. Crazy. BITO absolutely flying. We're up about 8% on our day trade from yesterday. Crazy mover. Ethereum 7%. Yeah, so Dash is asking, what do you think the next SPY resistance points are? I have 683.96 and 685.88. Yeah, 683.96 is a really good one. I have 683.91 as a value area high. That would be a sweep of this high pivot from Friday, and then you're obviously going to be coming into this little bit of a consolidation zone. But 683.96, 684 area is a really decent area. And then this red bar high, right, on SPX, that's going to be another big zone. But the market's holding technical structure. Again, the SPX is trying to break out of this inverse head and shoulders here. So it's a very sloppy one, but it's there. SPY has it too, guys. So SPY has a very bullish formation here. And you can see the neckline on your SPY is basically breaking out right now. So the market, nothing wrong with the market, guys. On really all time frames, things are looking juicy and firming up. Things are looking very, very solid. Market is still trying to break out, showing very, very positive structure. SPY confirming the breakout here in 45 seconds, guys. Market could squeeze off of this level. It's full beast mode. Meta breaking out to the high. Crazy. Micron's still struggling. Western Digital struggling a little bit. It's on 240s look good. Yeah, Amazon ripping. Nice breakout. How's that BYND from yesterday? Consolidating. Hmm. Yeah. Bitcoin squeezing, guys. Look at BTC as well. Just absolutely rocketing higher. What a move in Bitcoin, guys. Stunning price action. I love it. Guys, I just trimmed another tranche of my BITO from yesterday at 1348. Just trimmed a little bit more of my BITO from yesterday, 1348. I still like it as a swing though. Still seeing a little bit of weakness in some of these semis like Micron, Western Digital under a little bit of pressure. Let's look at Avgo. Let's look at Marvell here. Marvell reports earnings after the bell, so just understand there's a lot of premium An IV built into these stocks. SPY is starting to squeeze, guys. It's ripping. SPX 60 going for that high pivot sweep from Friday, guys. Very bullish price action now, filling the gap. Great day, guys. Great day if you're a bull. Lots of profits in crypto. Amazing. Your microphone is still lagging, guys, in a big way here, but it can also try to break out of an intraday inverse head and shoulders, but definitely lagging on your Russell. Bit of a wedge formation. Your dollar's trying to climb yet again. Guys, I think there's a put play on Iron, IREN. I think $45 puts could work out here. And it still has a bit of a bearish undertone. And if the market pulls back, it should see a little bit of a selling continuation. But it keeps getting rejected. There's a chance that if the market pulls back, Iron should see some softening. We'll see that name. For now, the market's had a nice pullback. Nvidia is seeing a pretty decent dump there. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, Nvidia coming in. Really coming in. That's what really caused that flush there. Yeah, great observation. Great observation. Tesla's getting wrecked now. Tesla's gone negative. Interesting. Yeah, nasty dip there on Nvidia. Real nasty. Markets are getting heavy here, guys. Semiconductors are breaking structure here. Breaking down semis. Seeing heavy price action. Higher yen breaking down as well, guys. Very close to triggering a bit of an intraday bearish formation on iron. You could easily retest that low from its dilution low. We'll see. Yeah, the market's getting heavy here through Nvidia. Nvidia giving up majority of its gains right now. Dash is saying heads up that Amazon's reInvent conference just kicked off. The CEO is talking right now, could impact other things. Yeah, for sure it could. You're seeing the whole market coming in from this. S&P, a little bit of a failed breakout potentially. Potentially. We got to wait and see here. But there is a potential for a failed breakout here. Meta getting heavy. Nvidia giving us a lower low here. Uh-oh. That's some troublesome price action, guys. Tesla's down 0.9. Home builders have gone negative. Gold getting slapped. Crude oil still under pressure. Meta coming in hard right now. A little bit of selling hitting the tape here. Things are getting heavier. Mega cap tech under some near-term pressure. Bitcoin still holding. 91K. Bitcoin hasn't really sold off. So that's a positive sign. What a dump there on the market, though. So much chop. It's not good price action. This is terrible. We went from raging bullish to just getting slapped. Meta giving up everything, pretty much going negative. Tesla's down 1. Netflix getting slapped. Small caps, IWM is about to go negative. Yeah, we're in a little bit of trouble here. You might get a minor bounce here on SPY back up to this 682.50, and then we could easily resume selling. But not a good sign. Nvidia needs to defend this area right now, or else. Still looking pretty heavy here, guys. Looks like the Russell should retest its prior day low. Holding a little bit of 10-minute chart support, but looking heavy. Markets are trying to stabilize. Your Russell's still getting sold into here, guys. Now you have Bitcoin starting to sell off as well. BTC coming in a little bit. SPY up on the 5-minute is the 200 EMA. Yeah, a little bit of a cluster there. You got the EMA 113 and the 200. Yep. You know, the market's a lot of chop today, and this is actually healthy for the market to go higher. There's still a little bit of a bearish undertone, being the fact that we're kind of creating this megaphone pattern. You know, the megaphone pattern can be observed like this on your S&P. So that's a broadening formation. That statistically is bearish. The fact that you're making higher highs, but you're also making lower lows. But this is actually intraday, it's bearish, but for the longer term, you know, for the daily chart trend, it's some good consolidation. Some really, really good consolidation that we're observing. And you can see the market's breaking structure yet again. Ram's asking, Jazz, can you check DJX and ABTC? For sure I can. Let's look at DJX first. Markets are now hitting a point of control. Not really a buy level considering you tested that once already. I would still wait for a pierce of 680 if you're trying to scalp long. Pierce of 680, guys, if you're trying to scalp long. Yeah, DJX is actually trying to break out. Looking very, very solid. ABTC. ABTC is also trying to put in a bit of a low. It's down 40%. Tough name. It's definitely oversold. That's really about it. Bit of a bearish undertone to it. I could still see it going a little bit lower, especially if the market breaks down here. But definitely trying to firm up here. If you can clear this high pivot, 218-ish, then maybe 240s on deck, but market's looking too heavy. Look at the sell, guys. Holy moly. All right, I got to go to my SPX chart here because we are breaking fast. Let's look at the daily chart. You did have the bullish cross. I'd love to see more lower price action. Setting up here. Come on. Go, go, go. IWM is at the lower boundary wedge pattern. So now you have the Russell testing an intraday wedge. You can see the wedge formation. You have the lower boundary wedge. A little bit of a bearish intraday breakdown so far. Let's see the QQQ because the Qs are still your stronger indice. Although they've given up quite a bit, the Russell's actually gone negative. Wow, look at that failed potential hourly chart breakout, guys. That is filthy. Again, your first Fibonacci retrace level is still quite a ways down on your SPX. They're talking 66.73. Sorry, 67.73. IWM, new low of day, breaking prior day low, or at least testing it. Bitcoin starting to topple over a little bit as well. Piercing 680 here, right through the gap. SPY's gone negative. Negative, Tesla negative, Google negative, Netflix negative, JP Morgan negative, home builders negative, Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft still holding, but Nvidia's given up a lot of the goods here. Nvidia bouncing slightly off its prior day high. We can see IREN also trying to break down intraday again. IREN breaking a little bit of structure here. It's are still looking pretty heavy here, guys. We are tumbling. Tumble, tumble. Oh, it's a tumble Tuesday. Screen, guys. More red. Hitting the tape. IWM busting through its prior day low. Markets are still under some near-term pressure. What a complete gap and crack in the market, guys. IWM catching a little bit of a bid. A ton of bearish flow, guys, coming in. A ton of bearish flow. Still looking heavy, but the IWM is bouncing here. Russell's showing some signs of life. We're still defending this previous gap, but I think we're gonna break through it off the sell-off. Nvidia is looking too heavy. You want to see Nvidia defend its prior day high here. SYM. Holy moly. What's SYM is getting crushed today. Symbiotic. Probably due for a bounce. Bitcoin's still acting very firm here, guys. So big bounce in Nvidia in the market. Bitcoin still bouncing. Yeah, it's a lot of chop. It's a lot of chop today. You know, when you think about where we've gone tempted a breakout, tempted a breakdown, and we're still just stuck in this. There's no trend today. It's algorithmic heaven trading. The only trend that I've seen is in crypto stocks, even some of them, the equities. Bitcoin's trended nicely since the open, keeping its bullish price action. It's been some individual tickers, but the indices have been one big chop fest. And honestly, guys, when the market's chopping like this, it's best to buy, if you're trading zeros, it's best to buy in the money calls or in the money puts, or else you get chopped up. here. IEF TLT UVT looks good to me. How do you feel about it? Let's take a peek. So you're looking at some of the bond trades. So starting with IEF, yeah, IEF is making a nice reversal. Yields have been strong over the last couple days. I think you've had a little bit of price action and strength in the yield market because of the Japan auction that was last night. But yeah, IEF trying to put in a little bit of a base here, consolidating on your daily. It's a lot of chop and a lot of slop. I still think yields are going to go lower. Um, the only thing we need to be careful of, guys, with the yields, let me just look at UBT here. UBT definitely hitting some support here. Lots of accumulation. But I like bonds for sure. I do like bonds. You know, you look at the 10-year yield, it's trying to put in a bit of an inverse, but I don't think that this inverse is going to break out here. I really, really don't. You got the big Fed cut in 8 days. Nice decline here in IREN, guys, breaking a little bit of structure intraday. Look at this decline. IREN breaking in. I'll discuss yields a little bit more here. Peter, just give me a second managing this trade. IWM seeing some lower price. BTC still trending. S&P is still looking a little bit vulnerable. There's definitely some support here, point of control, but just a lot of chop. Not really a level that I'm looking to go long off of. IWM is still pretty weak, sitting on its prior day low. Nvidia is trying to bounce and firm up here. BTC still strong. Your US dollar still trying to push up. Rigetti's pretty much been faded its whole move. SMR, that's been faded pretty sharply. It's almost its entire move. Mara's definitely had some distribution. IWM still looking pretty weak here. Webull got rejected. Some Trump talking. Yeah, SMCI is definitely sitting on a big level here. Could get a bounce. It's oversold. That's about it. Weekly 200 MA. You would favor a bounce here. The only problem that I see with SMCI, potentially one more little sweep of the low. I could see one more retest of the lows on SMCI, guys. Yeah, I see it, but don't think it's ready. I think that it's gonna maybe go a little bit lower, higher yen. So I'd be careful with that one if you're trying to front run, especially if the market's becoming a little bit weak intraday. I'd be careful with iron. Iron's got some bearish news to it today, with the shelf offering. So just be very careful. I see the pattern you're looking at, but it's risky business for sure. Still a lot of midday intraday chop right now. Lots of chop, guys. Lots of chop. It's falling here, guys, so that's a bit of a problem for SPY. A little bit of a weird pattern setting up. Could be a bear flag. Bearish wedge formation on SPY. Could be. Very small time frame pattern. This could be one more flush to the downside, and that would set up maybe an inverted head and shoulders. This could be the left shoulder. If we flush down, maybe we create a head, chop around a bit, create a right shoulder. So I think we could get a flush here, guys. A bigger flush to the downside would give us a little bit of a intraday head formation. We'll see. Your dollar is still bubbling up against its pre-market levels. Apple's softening up still. Nvidia's trying to push. Your IWM is bouncing, Nvidia is still trying to push a little bit. Still holding point of control, but we're looking like a bit of a bearish wedge here. Apple's still softening up here. Same thing with Nvidia. Nvidia's softening up. I've lost that opening range, guys, so we've lost the opening range. Just a whole lot of chop. Apple's still breaking down here a little bit. Still the point of control volume zone. That's why you're seeing a lot of chop around this vicinity. Lots of chop here. Break the wedge. Come on. Apple's still falling, Nvidia falling. It's going to be tough with those two companies for the market to remain. Your dollar's still trying to press a little bit higher. Bearish wedge on watch, guys. Bearish wedge on watch. Nice decline. Come on. Give us more. Volume is super thin. 12 o'clock lunchtime. Super thin volume. BTC still trying to trend here. Back in the wedge. Amazon came out with their own AI chip. Nice, nice, nice. Tesla's still a dog. All right, guys, I'm going to take a lotto 678 SPY put 0 DT again. This is sized for loss. Sized for loss. 678 SPY put. Just don't play it if you can't lose it. I'm just going to trade 2 contracts, small size. It's really nothing. Just some lunch money. Your dollar index, guys, is still trying to push here, DXY. Seeing a nice attempt at trying to break through its pre-market high. We'll see if that wants to firm up here. Meta having a really good bounce off of the lows. Meta's ripping to the upside right now. But SPY giving us a little bit of a higher high. Attempt at a breakout here. Trying to negate the bearish wedge. You're basically retesting that opening 10-minute candle, guys. So this is an opening range retest. We've still broken structure intraday. You're now trying to retest this opening range. If you can get back above the 681.65 zone, I think we can push higher. Yeah, I was muted, sorry. Thank you, Em. Yeah, so this is technically the back test that should get bought up here. And if it gets defended, I think we're going to push for another high of day. Still a lot of sectors that are red across the board that could get bid up. You got staples, real estate, utilities, healthcare, consumer discretionary, retail all down, materials, energy down. But you got your big sectors, financials, communications, tech, all holding the markets up right now. Beast mode. So there's still quite a few names, red stocks that could actually turn green. I think Tesla might try to catch a bid and break out here, guys. Tesla's trying to hold 425, not a bad stock to try to trade on the long side. Tesla could easily go green. Again, it's down 1%. Let's see what else we got going on here. BTC still trending new high a day, guys. BTC is absolutely moving. BTC still squeezing up 6.3%, 91.7 on BTC. Your dollar's getting faded. Looks like the market's going to keep pressing here, guys. SPY's looking hectic. It's so strong right now. SPX trending, QQQ Apple trending, IWM pushing. One could argue that there was a mini inverse that triggered here. Takes you to about just shy of the high here. 683.50 and change. Whoops, on SPY. Looking bullish still. Markets have recovered quite nicely. It does look like they're going to test the highs again, guys. This opening range high, prior day high will be a little bit of resistance, but I think we can get through there. The volume is pretty thin today. There's enough consolidation to try to make another attempt at the high. BTC still looking juicy. Qs are still strong. SPY still trendy. Beautiful rip here. This market is trying to break out. IWM is seeing a little bit of selling though. QQQ still holding strength. Is that guy? Nvidia is seeing a little bit of buy side pressure, continuously trying to firm up here. Apple has had a crazy move to the upside, seeing a little bit of selling now. S&P seeing some more sell side. What is that? Single section. Oh yeah, I am muted again. That's right. So a pretty decent sell there in the markets, guys. Right back to that point of control. Markets are still coming in. Lots of chop across the board. Big moves up, big moves down. No trend. A little bit of a trend here. So a new hourly candle is about to, sorry, no, not yet. 30 minutes on SPX. Nvidia still coming in. Russell, Apple, everything's still coming in. Bitcoin's still holding some structure. Not the worst long level, coming back into the 679 for a bit of a bounce, I think. They are still dropping it. That's a pretty good potential right shoulder, guys. If SPY can curl back up. Push engulfing, trying to form here. See SPX hitting that 10-minute chart support. Big bounce in the S&P. They're defending that point of control. Maybe this is the new right shoulder formation. You could see if I wouldn't be surprised to see a retest of this neckline again. And then we could maybe see a breakout. Still just a lot of chop in the market for now. Your dollar's still falling pretty sharply here, guys. Breaking or testing its opening range low, so Dixie softening up. If it continues to fall, that should support SPY and SPX. BTC guys going for another high of day push, almost at 92K. BTC ripping. Looks like your semiconductor guys, SOXX is very close to a bit of a breakout here. Semis look like they're trying to trigger a bit of a short-term breakout here on your 5-minute chart. That should lift the S&P QQQ as well. But if semis can break out here, we should have a nice move into the afternoon session. It's trying. Just had another hourly candle form, guys. So we could see some more volume come in here. Yeah, it's just a lot of chop here in the afternoon. A lot of chop. All right. I still think we can get a big push back to the top of the wedge, but it's just range bound right now, consolidating on your larger time frame. Tough chop to trade. You got to be doing quick micro scalping. If you're trying to scalp this, you got to be quick. And again, it's better to buy in the monies calls. That seems to be working a lot better. Still have strength in your Qs, guys. Your NASDAQ is still acting very well. He is seeing some sell side pressure. Qs are trying to break down a little bit. Yeah, it's a ton of low volume. The only positive I'm seeing right now is your SOXX, guys, is trying to break out here. So semiconductors, again, so saturated in our market, can lift the indices. Semiconductors are still looking constructive here intraday, much better than your S&P. So if semiconductors can get some more liquidity, it should pop SPY back to the top of this wedge pattern. Again, with low volume, you could have really big moves out of nowhere. So we'll watch it. That's for sure. Executions. Let's see here. Let's see how much of a push they want to give us into the end of the day here. It's looking somewhat firm. Are they going to wave the magic wand into the end of the day, pump us up here on light volume, or are they going to chop us back around? We will find out. Semiconductors are breaking out, guys. SOXX looking pretty solid. MSTR at 184. Holy, crazy. Bitcoin just hovering at that 92K level. Your semiconductors SOXX is still trying to squeeze above 303. It's triggered a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on your 5, 10, 15-minute chart. So semis are certainly trying to help this market push a little higher. QQQ trying to bust through the neckline. BYND spiking again. Oh my goodness, round two for BYND. That's crazy. There's a nasty rejection there. Hmm. This is painful. This market is painful. Watching this. No trend. Just choppy. It's too quick to even call out trades. If you're scalping on your own, you can buy dips but you better be selling quick. Nvidia falling, semis are looking a little bit bearish again. S&P still trying to hold that point of control, but nasty. All right, guys, a nice little breakout intraday of SPY. Again, I think it does set us up for a potential continuation push. The level that you really want to see it maintain is above that opening range, this little dotted line. I still think that they're setting up for a potential push to retest that prior day high. Bitcoin dumping, the dollar has dumped, gold trying to catch a bid, nat gas, crude oil weak. You had semiconductors, QQQ all break out. SPY still backing and filling a little bit here. Taking a little bit of a breather. They are selling it here. It's been a no trend, right? No follow through all day. It's just been up, down, all around. Shorting breakouts have worked out well. A little bit of selling in Apple and Nvidia. Semiconductors taking a bit of a breather. No, I don't trade futures. Or are you trading like a funded account? Futures are crazy. Options. Yeah, we got a good scalping strategy. Options. Today's been nasty. Today's, well, decent for myself, but nasty as if you haven't been precise with your entries, they've chopped people up and out. It's been an algo day. Algos love days like today where people chase price action and then they sell it into them and then they fake break it down and they pop it up. So it's not been a nice trending session. It's been a lot of chop and slop. So tough day if you're a trend trader. Other than a few individual names, but yeah, near term we have broken out on SPY, SOXX. The market's not looking too bad here. Their larger time frame still remains exceptionally bullish. shorter time frame is starting to firm up. So you've got the short time frame and the large time frame trying to align. We've definitely triggered bullish price action on your hourly, 4-hour, and daily price. And honestly, even though the price action's been choppy today, it's been a decent day. The markets haven't run away, at least SPY. Qs are pretty extended, I mean, up 0.9%. But SPY has actually had a decent amount of consolidation in this range. So I actually like that from a technical standpoint. Apple's getting a little extended, but Nvidia's had some nice consolidation. So I think you're going to get some change in leadership. You've seen names like Micron, Western Digital go through a bit of a sell program. AMD, they're bouncing quite nicely, but definitely some of those leading stocks have taken some decent breathers across the board. Come on, SPY, give us a nice push into the end of the day. Apple, Nvidia coming in a little bit. Semis are also coming in. Right, Nvidia is losing a little bit of momentum here. Right, Nvidia is trying to firm up a little bit on your 5-minute chart. Same thing with Apple. S&P still just chopping around that 682 zone. Come on, back to the highs. Push it. Apple's trying to push. Nvidia selling. Bitcoin seeing some sell side. Inverse head and shoulders. Intraday bull flag trying to pop here. It's trying. Nice squeeze there on SPY. Really good. Look at breakouts have been faded at every single turn. Pretty intense. Apple still trending, guys. Really firmly. Just be careful here, guys. We're seeing Nvidia and Bitcoin breaking down. So if you're long calls, just be careful. The markets could be a little vulnerable here with Nvidia losing a little momentum. BTC getting some pretty hard selling into the end of the day here. Nice hard candle down. That could be a sign. Maybe some liquidity is going to come out here into the end of the session. So guys, if we get a quick spike into this level here, the 683, I'm going to take 683 SPY puts. Very aggressive, small size, but it would have to be a quick spike into this area. All right. Other than that, market's pushing here. SOXX, Nvidia trying to get going. Apple still looking A-OK. Lots of wicks. Wick by wick, SPYs keeps making new highs in this consolidation. Wick by wick. They're trying to lure me in for calls. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. They're trying to tempt me into some upside calls. But I still like the puts off this area. I'm actually hoping. Google selling off here into the close. Curling down. You got Amazon pushing up here into the close. You got Meta ripping into the close. You got Apple curling down into the close. Nvidia chopping sideways but slightly higher into the close. Tesla right now green and rallied sharply into the close. Holy, look at it. Punch through on SPY. What a ripper. Damn. That was crazy. Let's see if, come on, spike higher. I'd love to short this into the end of the day if we get a peekaboo. Yeah. Ryan's asking, how much you make monthly if you don't mind me asking? Really been trying to trade as a main source of income. Well, putting that burden on yourself is tough. It's very difficult. I would recommend that you always try to have at least another source coming in. But it's a tough question. I'm probably consistently doing between day trading, 5 and 10. Sometimes I lose, obviously. Everyone loses. But between 5 and 10K a month. Some months it's more, some months it's less. Bitcoin's still seeing some distribution, sell side pressure, Tesla holding steady, SPY still whipping around. Whipping around. SPY trying to go for another push here. Strong push. Nvidia hasn't even participated yet. Again, every time we've got to this level, it's been faded. We'll see if that's the case. How many months have I been profitable for? I would say 5 or 6 years. Ebbs and flows though, ebbs and flows, right? Yep, calls printed there, for sure. I almost faded that move there, too. A little bit higher, I'll take some 683 puts as well. High risk. Zeros. One more punch. Give me a 3-bar surge on the 1 minute. Come on. And I'll take 683 puts. Come on. Give it to me. A little bit higher, SPY. A little bit higher. Go, go, go. Get that short covering. Get that end of day short covering. Come on. You're almost there. Nvidia trying. Semis are now trying as well. SPX still looking decent. That was a good short off of that. I never took it. Still could see that level work out. I'm getting super interested. Again, if you take 683 SPY puts off this level here, it'll be a quick in and out for me, personally speaking. It's getting close. Anyone? Oh, that was a good short there. Anyone that took that. I never took it, but was waiting a little bit more. It's been a good day for scalping. Lots of back and forth volatility. That's for sure. Very, very wild session, so to speak. Puts her back in play. Come on, give me a spike. 20 minutes left, 22 minutes left. Let's get it. Hmm. 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 Yep. Ram. Wow. This market, this is what the light volume does, guys. Just the crazy volatility in contracts right now is just insane. I keep flipping back, but buying out of the money is just insane right now. Insane. You literally can't even trade with the trend right now. It's just a one big chop shop. You know what stock is the biggest liquidity trap today was Bitfarms. That stock just gave up everything. Wow. Gold has made a nice move off the lows, ladies and gents. So gold acting very, very well. Apple, Apple, your strong horse on the session. JP Morgan, Lilly, all negative. Drone stocks firmed up nicely. UMAC, nice day. Datavolt, weak. Another day where Datavolt got sold into. Guys, I'm still interested in 683 SPY puts. 0 DTE off of this area. We're getting close, and it's going to be in and out. You get profit, you secure. But I'm very interested in 683 SPY puts. In the money. Again, in and out, quick scalping if we get that area. It's the market's trying to stair step itself up there. It's pretty intriguing, that's for sure. Silver back to positive. Yeah, gold and silver are beasts, right? The dollar has given up all the goods. Just nasty price action in your US dollar. But we're getting so many wicks. Like there's been a lot of wicks up and down, no real follow through because the volume's light, guys. So there's been a lot of manipulation. Here we go. Come on. Spike it. Spy's getting going. They're teasing me. They want me to enter these puts. Oh, I could have entered here. We would have made a nice chunk here too. But I'm trying to be diligent here since we don't have a lot of time. But there's another level. Could have entered at 49 cents on those 683s, and now they're at 56. That would have been a nice scalp. In and out. Damn. Good little move there. Good move. Oh, the markets, the markets, the markets are so crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm hungry again today. I am hungry. I am hungry. 12 minutes to close, guys. Probably not a good idea to trade anymore unless you're wanting to gamble a little bit. This is the end of day gambling. The degens come out. Oh, those puts would have paid. Holy moly, look at that. Those puts would have paid. What a decline there in the market, guys. Your semiconductors getting slaughtered into the close. My oh my. That is filthy. Do you have some earnings after the bells? Okta, Marvell will be an interesting one. A couple of your other cloud-based services sectors. CrowdStrike, I believe. PSTG, Pure Storage. SPX getting hammered here. Look at that 10-minute candle down on SPX. That is just filthy. SPY getting wrecked. Oof. That is filthy, guys. That was a bit of carnage into the close. Nvidia getting a nice bid. Apple trying to defend its bullish price action. That was a bit of carnage into the close there. Semis are still falling. BTC stabilizing. Puts would have paid. 683 zeros would have paid. Would have, could have, should have. Three best traders. Right back to pretty much the center point of the range, the whole chop and slop area. Nothing wrong with the daily chart of SPX. Still just an inside day, consolidating quite nicely. Healthy to see. Healthy to see. One more day of chop and it would be a pretty decent market to long again. All right, guys, great trading session here. Lots of profits in the crypto space from yesterday that transitioned a couple nice little trades in the new trading S&P 500 group. A lot of swing trades are starting to firm up. I still think that the markets are holding some bullish technical structure, but nevertheless, we will see you guys all tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see what happens after the bell with some of these earnings, guys. Lots more companies reporting after hours. All right, guys, take it easy. We'll see you tomorrow.